Hey there, this is a walkthrough of Abiotic Factor's early access with all the character dialogue, laptops, and Dr. Man's holograms. Make sure to check the timestamps for anything specific, and enjoy the video, and support Abiotic Factor.
Almost there. So, ready for your first day? There she is. Well, here we are. Time to get out. Out your hop. Well, here we are. Time to get out.
Okay, you're the transfer, huh? You sure picked a day. Things a bit hectic downstairs this morning. Just grab your gate pal there. It'll help you get sorted. When you've got your gate pal, I'll let you downstairs. Should work like your PDA at Springer, more or less. Sorted? Okay. Most of what you need should be in your gate pal. Well, eventually. But you're good to go. Head down to the elevator. It'll take you down to induction, and they'll take care of you.
Morning. Lift's down there. But first, you need a hard hat. Health and safety and stuff. Grab that one. So, you've got what you need. Head through the gate to my left, down to the elevator. It'll take you down to induction.
Welcome to the Gate Cascade Research Facility. You are in the induction wing. The facility is currently at alert level precautionary. Please listen carefully to and follow all security instructions. Now arriving at staff processing.
Hey, new transfer. I got pulled in from surface duty. The usual lady, she got called out to help downstairs. Happens. Chaos is kind of our thing around here. You seem a bit antsy. Just wait. I'll unlock the gate in a second. Now, I've never run someone through this, but it looks pretty straightforward. Coming from the Springer facility, you'll know the basics, but since we deal with specimens directly, everyone on staff has to know basic ECP. That's Emergency Containment Procedures. Okay, now I have some instructions here that aren't really compatible with the current security situation around here, so we're just gonna improvise a bit. Bear with me. I'm gonna have you crawl through that vent down there. Consider it like chasing down an escaped specimen. You got a big brain, you got a big imagination, right? If there's something in your way, because I put it there, there should be a tool down there. Something you can smash the crate with. You might have to look around a bit. And don't worry about smashing stuff. Like, we have a lot of, we got a lot of crates. A lot of crates. Oh, what the hell? This damn radio's acting. Oh, okay. I was just thinking I'd grab like a plastic bag for, you know what? This is why we do the jobs we do here at Gate. Go ahead and throw your... Nice! You've got some athleticism in there. Somewhere. Now, real creatures might wriggle out of that one, but that's not a real creature. So, next step is special containment... Isolation, wash hands, inoculate. You know what? Just stomp on it. Oh, brutal. Okay, so next up. Oh, what's going on with your leg there? Looks to me like you're bleeding. Look, we'll call this training. Okay, you did that way cleaner than I would have. You would, wouldn't you? You're gonna fit right in down there. Looks like you can walk on it all right. Let's head you on through to the next room. Feel free to mosey. I've gotta check some stuff out. We got some weird crap going on today. Not gonna lie to you. So, I'm betting they didn't have these at Springer. It says here, all Gate staff at Cascade need to understand the facility's unique power system. It goes into a lot of detail only an egghead would want. No offense. Every power socket here comes with its own little extension cable, and we build everything purpose-built for those sockets. So what you're gonna do, you need to package the heater, place it back down near the power socket, and then... Okay, now I know that was a lot. I'm getting some weird interference on my radio. I'm gonna leave you to the whiteboard down there. You might need a screwdriver. I'll get back to you in a minute. Station 3, what's going on? Over. Station 3, Station 2. I'm getting a lot of chatter. Hey, nice work plugging in that plug. We're done here. There's some stuff on this list, but I don't reckon you're gonna need it. That's why you've got people like me around. Keep you safe. Looks like I gotta check on some situation topside. So, yeah, head to the elevator. It'll take you down to residences. Real cozy stuff. Clipboard here says you're looking for a Dr. CAHN. CAHN? It sounds familiar. I guess he's in charge of the rest of your orientation. Alright, onward to science. Well, for one of us anyway.
Attention. This is a high-priority safety broadcast. You are currently en route to Residence Level 7. Due to an active security situation, advanced safety precautions are in effect. This elevator will be redirected to Offices Level 1. Please remain in place and wait for security team assistance.
I don't think we've met. Ah, you're stuck here too, eh? I came down from level 8 for a coffee. Now I'm locked in here for God knows how long. It'll be those fools on level 3 overreacting again. Looks like Jaeger's locked out. Typical. See if you can let him in. Maybe he knows what's happened, but take your time. He's insufferable. If Jaeger thinks I'm crawling through the vents to let him in, He's got another thing coming.
Hello? Over here. Oh, you're new. Looks like that little pest damaged the power system. Can you get someone to fix it? But hurry, would you? I'm not enjoying standing around out here. It was hours last time, and I don't feel safe at all. Well, if you're the only help available, you should set up somewhere and sort this out. Fixing the power system can't be that difficult. It's not quantum physics. Look, just find a way to let me in. Well, if you're the only help available, you should set up somewhere and sort this out.
Here at the Cascade Research Facility, safety and security demand we take our primary power network offline at night. All major power outlets were shut down and most have lighting. However, if your research works studying fire sources of energy during nocturnal hours, protocols permit the use of approved battery and electrical storage systems to power your projects when the lights go out. If you do plan on being late, please request the next runway
Is a new opportunity for science.
Here at the gate.
Hurry!
Oh my God, what happened to Jaeger? He didn't deserve that. I mean, not really. I'm going to wait here. It's not safe out there. I'm too old for this. I've had just about enough of this.
Attention. Enhanced security protocols are now in effect. Please locate security personnel and follow
do I know
evacuation procedures.
Look, I don't know what's going on. They don't tell me squat on a good day, and this isn't a good day. But if the big voice says get out, I'd do what she says. Elevators are dead, so head for the main tunnel in manufacturing on level 2. There's maps over there. But me, I'm staying right here. Reckon I'm leaving here? I don't think so. Radio's dead, half the doors are buggered, and now there's these little hoppy things everywhere. You're on your own. Saw a bunch of eggheads heading to the silos on level 3 earlier. Tried to tell them about manufacturing, but they weren't having a bar of it. Unless you get a move on, you're going to end up as Tucker for some frilly pig-leg drongo from God knows where. Not a good look. You're smarter than that. Or you should be. I've seen those science team paychecks. Facility's looking pretty rough, and you're hanging around like a bad smell. I'd be looking at pushing through to manufacturing if I were you, but I'm not. So, that's on you. Still stuck here, huh? How about those life choices? Anyway, it's time you got on your bike, I reckon. Smart sort like you. Science your way out of here.
I thought they were coming to help, but they weren't gatekeepers. They started shooting. I wasn't trained for this. I'm just a receptionist. I heard their radios, something about level 3. I'd stay away if I were you. Hide somewhere. But not here, alright? Close the door! I heard their radios, something about level 3. I'd stay away if I were you. Hide somewhere. But not here, alright? Close the door! Hey, I need food. Thanks for the num-nums, pal.
The audio cut out here, so I'm gonna do this guy's voice just so we still have it. The soldiers come through. They locked down manufacturing. Wanted information about the silos on level 3. They weren't gatekeepers. They were something else. I couldn't tell them anything. But if you can find a power cell,
We can use the forklift to open the door. Get out of here through the surface tunnel. Try level 3, the power cells. Energy research team. They weren't gatekeepers. Someone else, not government. Heading for the silos. If you can get out of here, send help.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting, Research Director, Gate Cascade Research Facility. Anteverse 2 is an enigma. A world made of worlds, each of them different, yet seeded with similar life. We know a few certain facts, that energy moves more slowly there, making growth, evolution, and change a more gradual process. We know, too, that materials transplanted from Anteverse B to our own are energy-dense. Biochemistry occurs much more rapidly. But how did these creatures evolve? The presence of life, complex life, confounds everything we know about evolution. Was an external force involved? Only further study can tell us.
Here at the Gate Cascade Research Facility, you'll have access to cutting-edge tools, equipment, and materials for research and scientific study. But if your investigations require more exotic resources,
I perceive a distinct lack of snacks.
It's not my fault. I work on power cells, not portals. They take them into Silo 3, and I never see them again. Oh, this is worse than last time. They say evacuate. How are we supposed to do that? Science isn't good or evil, it's just science. Oh, this is worse than last time.
Damn security door. I don't understand it. The systems locked us out. But I'm not leaving without my data. I could lose everything. I'd never get a Nobel Prize. Then I had an idea. I worked on the security bots. Their CPUs store access codes. If we salvaged some, we could make something to hack the door. What do you think? Did you get those CPUs from the security robots? I can't get my data until you make that hacker. Those security bots are lethal, but taking one down and getting the CPU is our only chance to rescue my data. I still don't understand it. The system shouldn't have locked us out. That's not how I designed it.
Clearance insufficient. Clearance insufficient.
Biological incursion detected. Alert detected. Personnel.
While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member.
Did you get those CPUs from the security robots? I can't get my data until you make that hacker.
Scientist! Do not reignite the rift. There are abominations within. My brethren crossed over to seal your folly. Is the cost of your knowledge not already clear? If you will not stop yourself, we will.
At last you are here. You want out? Of course you want out. Like them, the giants. You are trapped here. But shut down the devices. Your devices. Remove the power cells. 1, 2, 3. You'll have your way out. But what then? When you've opened your door, what then? Eh? Your people would not open the way, but they are gone. The Crusaders saw to that. So there's no one to stop you. The devices prevent portals, prevent the prevention, and problem solved.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting, Research Director. IS-046 seems to sing to itself, if you could call it that, emitting a series of resonant tones suggestive of communication. The cavities that create these sounds appear to be the same cavities the creature uses to ingest anyone who comes within reach. Dr. Mance reporting. On the advice of Keystone, Gate has established a facility here in Flathill. We judge it unwise to advertise our activities, so for the time being our presence is, necessarily clandestine, if not a bit syrupy. The location was selected for the convergence of certain geomagnetic forces that amplify the power of our perforation equipment. We stand poised on the brink of an entirely new technology. I'm convinced of it.
That was a very, very bad idea.
Just breathe, Abe. We'll get through this just fine.
I'm 83% sure we're doomed.
You'll have to forgive my colleague, Abe. He's had a bit of a shock. We tried to get out through Flathill, and, well, some people died. Then, some genius deactivated the composer containment system. So, clearly, we need to find another exit out of here. And that's looking like manufacturing west. I don't exactly enjoy the idea, but our options are limited.
Janet, what are we going to do?
We're going to head through manufacturing, then take the surface tunnel out of here. When you're ready, Abe. So, just try to calm down.
Manufacturing? It's huge. We'll never make it.
I told you, it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Why are you still here? Are you insane?
What are you waiting for? Get to manufacturing. We'll be along as soon as Abe's feeling better.
We need weapons. Big laser guns.
Sure, Abe. We'll get you your big lasers. Listen, we're not staying here 1 minute longer than we have to. I just need to look after my colleague first.
Try level 3. The power cells. Energy research team. They weren't gatekeepers. Someone else, not government. Heading for the silos. If you can get out of here, send help. Try level 3. The power cells. Energy research team.
Stay quiet. They'll hear you. At first, I thought it was an accident. Those creatures everywhere. But then these terrorists came, hunting us. Now I don't know what to believe. What do they want? If I can just get to the blacksmith, he'll know how to get out of here. He's wired into this whole sector, and his forge is a fortress, so he should be safe. I think. I'll open the door for you now, but I'm telling you, they're shooting at anything that moves. Be careful. Maybe the blacksmith knows what happened to FRAKE and her team. Last I heard, they were down in the mines. Then the radio died, and all this started. The quakes destabilized everything. If the synchrotron down there has been disturbed, it could blow this place sky high. If we survive this, our high-energy research will have been set back months, maybe years. Have you seen FRAKE? I don't know if she made it out or not. They're hunting us. Why? Who are they? You came from office sector. Is it bad over there? Maybe the blacksmith knows what happened to FRAKE and her team. Last I heard, they were down in the mines. Then the radio died, and all this started.
Can anyone hear me? Oh, hey, I'm over here in the crane. The glass is bulletproof, but these guys don't know the meaning of give up. I keep hearing them talk some kind of code. Whatever, I figure the best thing I can do is distract them so they don't notice poor suckers like you. I'm guessing you're looking for a way out, but first thing those trigger-happy assholes did was lock down the crossroads. You could push straight through if you got the guts. Or you could get smart and work your way around them. Head for the garage. Try and touch base with the blacksmith. He ain't going anywhere. I know what I'd do. I'd head for the garage and go from there if I were you. You can't miss it. Just be careful. These guys ain't messing around. I've been listening to their transmission. Military, government, mercs? Who the hell are they? I can't understand half of what they're saying. You need to get a move on. I can't last out here forever. I'd head for the garage and go from there if I were you. You can't miss it. Just be careful. These guys ain't messing around.
Good evening. Today's power and primary illumination in this sector will be ceasing shortly. Have a safe and successful evening.
Do you have any idea what's going on? Oh, have you only got blue clearance too? I've been hiding here since those goons attacked that poor technician down there. Is he even still breathing? I can't bear to look. Something's happened to the perforation system. The portals have gone haywire, but that shouldn't be able to happen. I wish I knew what was happening in labs right now. Oh, I'm staying right here. Anything else is crazy. If the portal system has malfunctioned, there's no telling what could have found its way into the facility. I don't know what happened. They're saying evacuate, but have you seen what's prowling around out there? Clearly some escapees from the wildlife pens. Things must be really bad if we can't even keep basic containment protocols in check. Oh, I'm staying right here. Anything else is crazy. If the portal system has malfunctioned, there's no telling what could have found its way into the facility. I don't know what happened. They're saying evacuate, but have you seen what's prowling around out there? Clearly some escapees from the wildlife pens. Things must be really bad if we can't even keep basic containment protocols in check.
I'd head for the garage and go from there if I were you. You can't miss it. Just be careful. These guys ain't messing around.
Am I in your way? You're evacuating, aren't you? And trying to keep out of sight. I know the feeling. But I can't think about it right now. FRAKE asked me to get something from the Blacksmith. She's got a plan to get us out of here. It's extreme, but it just might work. I'll be going soon. I'm sure FRAKE's worrying about me. Have you met the Blacksmith yet? He's a strange one, but his fabrication work is excellent. Seems he can make just about anything. I didn't expect a trip down here to take this long, even with those goons roaming about. Don't mind me, I'm just taking a moment. Watch out for those hoppy potatoes. I found a few of them down here. How on earth did they manage to get in? I'll be going soon. I'm sure FRAKE's worrying about me.
IS-173, the aptly named Pest, is intriguing in part for the similarities it bears to so much early life on Earth. Based on certain genetic parallels, and indeed its genetic structure, Dr. Pendleton has identified some striking similarities to early life on Earth. But until we gather more information, her theory remains a theory at best.
You need something? Look, we don't got a lot of time. Radio's out, FRAKE's gone AWOL, and the place is crawling with gunned up psycho cowboys. They ain't shut me down yet, but folk like you need to be getting to the surface tunnel. Roadway's locked up tight, so you need to find a way through the security doors up there. Maybe you can hack through somehow. They don't exactly leave the codes lying around, if you know what I mean. If you need something, though, I can help. Equipment, gear, whatever. I can make it, if you got what I need.
All things are related to building.
Stay away!
I perceive a distinct lack of snacks.
Dr. Derek Mance, Cascade. If she is correct, Dr. Newman's proposed dark lens should greatly enhance the range and efficiency of our perforation events. She has discovered a way to harness the bosonic properties of certain antiverse materials to create a targeting system for our perforation events. I must admit, she's excelled herself. This is Dr. Derek Mance. I'm pleased to confirm the first Flathill perforation was a success, although the geomagnetic convergence was stronger than we anticipated, allowing an entity to pass across IS-064, perhaps the largest we've yet logged in our immurement registry. Indeed, the events here in Flathill have advanced our understanding of perforation by orders of magnitude. I regret the contamination and consequent, closure of the township, but I am more confident than ever in Gates' ability to develop a functional portal network. What we learn here will alter the history of our species, and maybe we can finally stop flying in combat.
Well, I knew this would happen. Ever since Varenkov's team took over Silo 3, you couldn't get a single power cell after that. Now look, they're precious antiverses, totally out of control. Whatever it is they're doing in Silo 3, it used every power cell we had. They did too much, too fast. Is this the price we pay? Whatever it is they're doing in Silo 3, it used every power cell we had.
Getting real hungry. Oh, that really hits the spot. Oh, thanks a bunch. Hot dog, you sure burn the midnight oil.
Remain in place and
It's absolutely Siberian.
Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. Immured Subject 184. These Xers, or the Xor as Lenora, Dr. Riggs insists on calling it, is a highly aggressive, bipedal humanoid originating, we believe, in Anteverse 2. We've now tracked 184 through the 4 known stages in its life cycle, and intriguingly, several divergent adult forms. How or why it attains these forms, we are yet to determine.
Necessities back here.
warning. The safety rating of this sector is now
Stay down. My friend, this is no place for the careless. I need to get to the surface tunnel, but the soldiers are waiting. I'm sure of it. I heard screams from their camp, a slaughter. But they are not done for yet. Somehow they knew this chaos was coming. How? There are spies among us. Must we become spies ourselves? I must disable the security doors. No system is perfect. There will be a weakness. I will not be left to die down here. It seems our research is not as secret as we thought. I believe they have been watching us for years. Sometimes it is difficult to tell an ending from a beginning. History will judge us, or else erase us. This attack is no coincidence. We will leave here one way or another. There are worse things in these mines than men. It seems our research is not as secret as we thought. I believe they have been watching us for years.
This is Dr. Derek Mance. One of the most interesting aspects of the 173's life cycle is how rapidly it evolves. The high-energy conditions of our universe compared to the torpid energetics of Anteverse 2 appear to accelerate their growth immensely. It's humbling, if not a little frightening, to watch life forms alter so quickly. The explosion of Anteverse flora in reactors was far from an isolated event. It goes to the very nature of life in that realm.
Endothermia.
creme de la creme. With you around, work really feels like a second family.
Oh dear. I don't feel right at all. I don't feel so well.
It's undeniable that operations at Cascade are being monitored by external forces. This much the Cascade Executive Committee have been permitted to know. Exactly who has been infiltrating our communications, and to what ends, remains unknown. Or rather, those who know refuse to say. I've been directed to tell my team that we are conducting some security drills, but the threat seems quite real.
Hostile. Vitez up the grid. Apex Doctor. Nulla scuta. Egretire parvembieres. Adversary. Reverse. Returning.
Look, this place ain't healthy. I'm keeping an eye on it because someone's got to. And FRAKE could kill me if something went wrong. Things are bad enough already. But you need to head through the mines to the surface tunnel. There's no reason to stick around here. Hey, take a look around. It's a free facility. Kinda, but you got better places to be, right? You see, FRAKE, you tell her I got this place under control for now. It'd take more than a few quakes to shut the surface tunnel down. This ain't the prettiest part of Cascade, but it does the job. Hey, take a look around. It's a free facility. Kinda, but you got better places to be, right? Hey, take a look around. It's a free facility. Kinda, but you got better places to be, right?
Boy, I hope it's Pizza Friday.
Enemy! Receptors! Find cover!
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Private note. It's undeniable that operations at Cascade are being monitored by external forces. This much the Cascade Executive Committee have been permitted to know. Exactly who has been infiltrating our communications, and to what ends, remains unknown. Or rather, those who know refuse to say. I've been directed to tell my team that we are conducting some security drills, but the threat seems quite real.
Do not shoot! Do not shoot! We are together in this petition. We came here to cleanse and protect, but this chaos is beyond our capacity to suppress. We are beset by demons from the depths of the mines, and that termagant FRAKE has holed herself up in the processing plant. I must warn my brethren, this course is impossible, but our engineers collapsed this tunnel to ensure no egress. We need another way to bring tidings of this terror to the tribunal. FRAKE is concealing the escape from us, I am sure of it. She hides in her fortress, letting us rot here. My legates would annul me if I return, but I will find a way from this limbo. FRAKE's fortress is not impregnable. She knows the secrets of the sarcophagus, and she will be made to reveal them. Understand me when I say there is no pathway here. The divinities may punish me for dereliction, but I must warn them. There are worse things to fear here than excommunication. It is imperative my legates understand the scale of this disorder. This was not the Covenant. There is no justice in further conflict. My legates would annul me if I return, but I will find a way from this limbo. FRAKE's fortress is not impregnable. She knows the secrets of the sarcophagus, and she will be made to reveal them.
Wouldn't make a guy ask twice, would you?
Dr. Pendleton questioned the Exor's similarity to humanity's own morphology, and I referred to her to crabs. Their form has evolved independently on Earth on at least 5 separate occasions. It would seem that evolution resolves certain environmental challenges in a remarkably consistent fashion. There is, of course, another explanation for the Exor's apparent similarity to ourselves, but without the necessary data, I refuse to indulge Pendleton's penchant for unnecessary speculation. And besides, they look closer to birds, if you ask me.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic. I'm just about boiling up. Fascinating.
Private note. After several months of inquiry, I have finally acquired information about our looky-loos. It's far worse than I imagined. A certain amount of attention to our research is inevitable, but thankfully the organizations that are in a position to know precisely what our research entails are few and rare. This group's reputation, however, is of a different order. If their attention is a harbinger of greater ambitions, I believe we have a problem on our hands.
They're with the research division. Don't shoot!
don't know how you've made it this far. Those savages have blocked every exit. They even collapsed the surface tunnel. But remember what happened in 85? When the kinetics team overloaded the synchrotron? They triggered a singularity that carved a hole clean through to the next sector. We could do it again right now, if these damn quakes hadn't broken the electron pumps. So I sent my team to the blacksmith. He can make the parts to fix the pumps. We'll make our own exit. You can wait here. You'll be safe. Just don't get in the way. All my people need to do is follow the pipes. Red, yellow, green. They'll find their way to the pumps they need to fix. It's been hours since they left, but they'll be back. I'm sure of it. If the blacksmith can make the parts to fix the electron pumps, we'll blow the synchrotron to Kingdom Come. A little extreme, perhaps, but clearly the rules have changed, and I don't hear any better plans. I'll be sorry to sacrifice that beautiful machine, but we're past worrying about property damage. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say I told you so.
I know it sounds crazy, but if Frake says it'll work, well, I trust her. Just stand back when it all goes up, yeah? I'm just trying to help get us out of here. You must be new, huh? How's that first day going? I'm just trying to help get us out of here.
Watching Dr. Peters work with the 173 this morning, the little hoppy one, a thought occurred to me about its relation to the other two, and indeed all the entities we have encountered in Anteverse 2. At best, the implications are, concerning. In the most extreme reading, no, it will have to wait.
I perceive a distinct lack of snacks.
Preliminary note on IS-019. At this point, details are inconclusive. We've dispatched a research team to Indonesia to gather field data, with a view to bringing in a trans-recon unit and possible gatekeeper support for capture, should it come to that.
HASTA, do you see anything? Prima. What? Where is it? Iactus!
Getting thirsty.
Quick, before they come back. Frake wants to blow a hole in the floor. She's too smart for her own good sometimes. But what choice we got? I can trade you parts to fix the pumps, sure. But there's a couple things I need first. Price of doing business. 'Cause Frake ain't the only one with plans. I'll buzz the list to you. One more thing. You're gonna have to unlock the tram station, too. One of Frake's people said there's a gateway in there. If that portal leads where I think it does, some of what's on that list is on the other side. I'll give you specs for a tram key. Should open the station right up. Most of what I need's around here somewhere, but you might need to go a little further afield. There's places that ain't on the map, if you know what I mean. So look around the tram station, 'cause it's more than just a bus stop. Best of luck.
Could use a short nap.
Dr. Tenku appears to have made a breakthrough, but we've had false starts before. But this time, her results seem reproducible. I almost can't believe it. Tengu has discovered a new kind of bosonic matter, a sort of negative photon, and in so doing, unlocked an entirely new mathematics. Exactly what this means for research here at Cascade is unclear. We are charting new territory and making new discoveries almost daily. I feel we have passed through the looking glass. A microscopic entity in its home Anteverse. IS-121 is a staggering titan in our own. How the gatekeepers managed to secure not one, but two of these behemoths is quite frankly beyond me. I suspect it is best not to ask. They are a necessary force, confronting nightmares and returning with them in chains. 121, an incredible specimen. Our research continues.
Scientist, what purpose should have been fail-safe. They said it was weak. Tell me, what is the purpose of this train's perpetuity? What disaster accrues if it falls?
It must not stop. It must persist at all costs.
Why must this vehicle
The dark
persist in
lens.
its motion?
Removed
Tell me
it,
this
but did not
instant.
comprehend the effects.
Prometheus, your brethren of madmen using your science to
view of
do
his
things you
machine.
cannot
So it
comprehend.
continues on forever.
The gatekeepers will not
The
help
auto
you
system
now.
should have been fail-safe.
Tell me, what is the purpose of this train's perpetuity?
Must fix it.
What
But keep it
disaster?
going. You must fix it, but keep it going. It must not stop. It must persist at all costs.
The train must roll on, yes, no matter what. I cannot rest. Must keep going, cannot stop. Oh, we know what will happen. What we feared for so long, all these years. Cannot stop, must keep going.
It never stops. It never ends. It goes on and on and on and on and... Wait. No. I must not stop. I must. Imagine the horror, the chaos. No, I must keep going, no matter what, no matter who or how. It must continue, never cease.
The train cannot stop.
It cannot stop. It cannot. Does my team know I'm in here? They'll send somebody to assist, but I cannot stop. It never stops. It never ends. It goes on and on and on and on and... Wait. No. I must not stop. I must.
There they are! Hey!
Dr. Derek Mance reporting, Research Director, Gate Cascade Research Facility. Though I struggle to accept the implications, the data gives me no choice. The train's momentum is tied inextricably to the atomic attractions of the region it appears to be passing through, indefinitely. If it were to stop, the limit of the ensuing chaos is at best uncertain, at worst, immense. I'll be drafting up containment procedures in the morning. 139 has been perhaps the most difficult IS to study so far. We first thought it was simply refracting light through its crystalline form, but now we're not so sure. It appears shrouded by some kind of aura that renders it almost entirely transparent to visible light. The creature moves at incredible speed, so catching one for study will be challenging. Obviously, I have left Dr. Stern in charge of the investigation.
I have to admit, you surprised me. I had to come and see this for myself. You gonna do the honors? I wouldn't say we have a lot of time. This is either going to work or it's not. I think it's time we find out. If you're not going to press that button, I will. I wouldn't say we have a lot of time. Oh my god! There's your exit! Nothing a micro black hole couldn't take care of! Now you can get into labs. We'll follow soon. But I'm not leaving any of my team behind. You could be useful. Try not to get yourself killed. There's your exit! Nothing a micro black hole couldn't take care of! Now you can get into labs. We'll follow soon. But I'm not leaving any of my team behind. You could be useful. Try not to get yourself killed. This place is done for. I don't know why you're sticking around. If you see any of my team, tell them you found a way out. I think the soldiers are running out of ammo, but we're not safe yet. This place is done for. I don't know why you're sticking around.
Janet, you always say my science is out of control. This project is different. I feel more in control than I've ever been.
Are you sure about this, Abe?
Of course I'm sure, Janet.
Do you remember the pocket dimension? I remember the pocket dimension.
This is completely different. We're fighting fire with fire. Mance never let me try this, but if I can just bootstrap the neural array, I should be able to... Aha! Oh no. Janet!
Oh my god, it's loose.
Run, Janet.
I could certainly use a drink. Fascinating.
This is Dr. Mance. If you had asked me 5 years ago what our chances of using the perforation system as a stable travel network were, I would have assumed I was talking to an imbecile. Today, such a network seems within our grasp. The T3 unit, or the Dark Lens they're calling it, has proven exceptionally successful. There are few places on Earth we cannot access under stable conditions. And finally, we can create those stable conditions. In theory. I would say our ambitions have extended far beyond their origins. Far beyond.
Power services for today will be stopping momentarily. If you have any specimens outside of containment, return them immediately. Have an efficient and effective evening. IS-091 is the most intense AV candidate we've ever encountered. Despite its appearance, it's a transcorporeal entity of some kind,
invulnerable to any of the physical deterrents we've tested so far. Walls, doors, shielding. They do nothing to impede it. Intriguingly, it only appears to a single viewer at one time. Dr. Stern has that dubious honor. He identified it in the field and it followed him back here. Began materializing in the facility, looking for him like a lost puppy.
I perceive a distinct lack of snacks.
You look familiar. Oh, it's you. I came through the hole some maniac blasted in manufacturing. Obviously, I was planning on getting through the vacuum chamber to the surface elevator, but it's covered in some muck. Typical. I suppose they'll have something to deal with that in the containment block, but the place is completely locked down. It never ends. I really need a coffee. Whatever's going on, it'll be something to do with their work in containment block. Those cowboys can't tell a boson from a bath mat, and sometimes I wonder if they even care. As soon as they set foot in another dimension, all good sense goes out the window.
I'm feeling distinctly anhydrous.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting. IS-064, or The Composer, a piece of reluctant poetry from yours truly, displays a high degree of synchronized behavior. Dr. Pendleton speculates they are interconnected in some fashion. A hive mind, perhaps? Interestingly, these synchronized behaviors vanish when the large protrusions are separated from what you would call its shoulders. We also cannot rule out the mist as some kind of transference medium.
Reading clear. There's no one here.
There must be water here somewhere.
They destroyed it. You know what this is, don't you? The Dark Lens. The core of our perforation research. Or it was. I'd heard rumors of a threat. There are always rumors. But this is insane. They killed everyone, then removed the lens. Without it, how are we supposed to control the portals? They could appear anywhere, connect to anything. Do they realize what they've done? It's almost like they knew our system's weakness. I think that's Dr. Ferenkov over there. People called it the Dark Lens, but that's so portentous. Technically, it's a tachyonic telemetry targeting unit. I should know. I invented it. I thought about using the portals to get out of here. Of course I did. But without the lens, they're impossible to predict, let alone control. And besides, exits ground near entries. If you don't get stranded in some random antiverse, you'll just end up dumped in another part of the facility. Is this my fault? It's almost like they knew our system's weakness. I think that's Dr. Ferenkov over there.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
After our first steps in Flathill and early on-site experiments beneath the hydroplant, Dr. NEWMAN's Dark Lens is quite simply revolutionary. If anything, it's too powerful. The lens opens up an infinity of worlds to us. That said, the name appalls me. Why we gave critical equipment such a melodramatic name is beyond me. Are we scientists or B-grade villains lurking in some covert lair? Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. 091 is contained, at last. As long as we project a strong X-ray beam and it remains steady, it seems to be no risk to anyone. Dr. Stern can sleep easy, but we do fear it may switch to another individual before long. The team have started referring to it as the Leyak, its local name. Even Anderson, it seems. I suppose Cascade is its home now. This is Dr. Derek Mance. Now that IS-107 is on its way safely, for a time, towards interstellar space, I find myself taking a step back. In moments like this, one sees with shocking clarity how fantastical so much of our work and research here really is. If we weren't established and, by and large, esteemed scientists with decades of experience and education behind us, this place would sound nothing less than insane. See how fantastical so much of our work and research here really is. If we weren't established and, by and large, esteemed scientists with decades of experience and education behind us,
Incident Diaboli.
Derek Mance reporting, Research Director. We've had an interesting development. Some kind of spore has overgrown the entire entrance of the vacuum chamber. Given the range of material tested in there, it's impossible to know how it happened, and it spreads fast, to a point. But we found a way to remove the growth. One of Lenora's crew brought material back from a fungal region in Anteverse 2, a gel of sorts that can be combined with basic reagents to create an exceedingly high-temperature reaction. It dissolves this particular growth almost instantly. Harnessing the entropy delta is all well and good, but retrieving it from the Anteverse isn't exactly easy. The place makes hell look like Club Med.
Gotta admit, I figured an underground facility would be a bit more secure than this.
My tummy's growling today.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
We shall annul thee. HASTA, do you see anything? No to see, Commander. Bring him out.
Dr. Derek Mance, Cascade. Report on the escape of IS-012. Seems 012 talked one of the new security staff into letting it out of high containment. Exactly how it did this is unclear, but we found it, the creature, eating in the break room an hour later. What point it was trying to make is equally uncertain, but this cannot be allowed to happen again. Room an hour later. What point it was trying to make is equally uncertain.
We were on the cusp of understanding it. So much knowledge lost. The Exor have secrets. Things we can barely even guess at. There is a force at work in their world. Something we haven't seen. But its effects are everywhere. If only we knew how to read it. Anteverse 2. There is so much more to it than we thought. We were so close. I'm not leaving. The Exor have secrets. Things we can barely even guess at.
Fascinating. I should probably locate a restroom. Not made for this heat.
sure neither of us feels too comfortable sitting around in the neutral zone. But a couple of archaeological digs started making the Iconian sound a lot less like legend. Oh, that was quite a risk to run to satisfy.
Oh, you're back. Are you feeling all right? Janet got us back into labs and we had a plan. Although it didn't quite work out. Now we've got a new plan. But first, we need to get into the containment block and access our equipment. But wouldn't you know it, they've revoked our security clearance. Because who needs it during an emergency? I suppose we could head back to Office Sector down that way and hope Warren's got a plan to save us. But that's about as likely as THULE winning a Nobel Prize. Nobel, fuck. We've got to find some other way into the containment block, or this is the end of the road. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, so let's just say there's certain substances in the containment block that can be very helpful right now. We just need to get in there. The wildlife pens are full of testing gear, which could be useful for getting into containment. But it's an absolute zoo in there right now. We could try the adjustment wing too. Every time I'm in there, they've got some new piece of fancy equipment. They get all the new gear. I hear those gun-toting apes stole the dark lens and caused this whole kerfuffle. Didn't you work on that project, Janet? I advised Abe. What are you trying to say? Have you seen that strange? They've totally let this sector go. I haven't been there for a while, but it can't be as bad as what's happened in reactors. That took months to clean up. You know, this cola's really not too bad. You mean the soda that just appears in the vending machine and no one knows where it comes from? And even if you unplug it, it keeps working. That's some quality refreshment right there, Abe. I'd say this makes the top 5 worst things that has ever happened here. We're never gonna live this down. Do you ever get lonely down here, Janet? I'm just fine with lonely, Abe. I'm going to miss this hallway. It's just walls, flies, and some weird drink machine that nobody except you ever uses. But I know what you mean. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, so let's just say there's certain substances in the containment block that could be very helpful right now. All right, and now it's regular audio for the rest. Sorry.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting, Research Director. We've discovered that direct observation from the targeted subject arrests 091's movement. It then dematerializes if approached. Where it goes, we're uncertain. But it returns 3 or 4 hours later, seeking out the original subject. We've dosed Dr. Stern with a CNS to keep him awake, but he has to sleep at some point. And then, well, we're not entirely sure. The self-painted variants of IS-171 are truly intriguing specimens. These priests, or monks, show clear indication of tool-making and ritualistic behavior. It seems to have formed a rudimentary civilization in one of the Anteverse 2 locations we've accessed. This raises intriguing research questions, as well as some ethical implications, I suppose. Though I'd note that these haven't stopped us previously.
Don't want to get anyone's hopes up, so let's just say there's certain substances in the containment block that could be very helpful right now.
We just need to get in there.
This is Dr. Derek Mance. When I visited Dr. Stern's laboratory today, he was acting oddly, even by his standards. He seemed extremely agitated, speaking too fast to follow. Then I saw the empty can from IS-53. I would have thought a man of Dr. Stern's apparent intelligence would know better than to imbibe beverages from a dispenser that appeared literally from nowhere, restocks itself, and cannot be turned off. I will be pushing Anderson to review the protocols that allow such a device to sit in an open hallway.
We shall preserve
As
the
we
world from
dispatch
your
our
folly.
TR to further regions of Anteverse 2, they return with new specimens, most of them variations of a few basic forms. When introduced to the gate facility, these organisms continue to evolve rapidly, acquiring new behaviors. It is my theory that the entropy delta is responsible. How far this evolution will extend remains to be seen. Though we haven't yet captured a complete specimen of 139, Dr. THULE took a sample of its dust, but this raised more questions than answers. Foremost, 139 appears primarily to be a host rather than an individual. Pendleton theorizes 139 may be suffering an infection, which will require tests to ensure no cross-contamination can occur. And if true, we're unsure whether its behaviors are innate to the original being, or a byproduct. It's quite a tangled web, really. We'll need more time.
Power services for today will be stopping momentarily. If you have any specimen.
To anyone handling fluids of IS-121, the Tarask, be extremely careful. The I-Core has properties we've yet to fully assess, and can interfere, interrupt, or even instigate perforation events. I'm sure you're all aware of what happened to Dr. Stern last week. Luckily, we recovered him unharmed. Mostly. With thanks to the staff at Tory facility, we have the Tarask hooked up in that insufferably hot shroom room. Please ensure you do not disturb the arrangement.
I believe I need to, defecate.
Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. When people ask where we found IS-0172, I tell them the truth. It was recovered from a kebab restaurant in rural Turkey, where it was being used as a doorstop. The fact that it is, by a factor of tens, the oldest known manufactured object on Earth, forged from alloys not to be invented for another 1.7 million years, was irrelevant to the owner, who accepted in exchange 50 lira and a small rock. We are no closer to identifying its creators.
By any means available. Have an efficient and effective day.
I have had to secure IS-52 personally, following the latest abuse of containment procedures by staff in C-blocks. I understand fully well the attraction of jumping 3 times higher than normal, or floating gently down from the 3rd story of the megalift. But the gravity cube is not a toy. While I admit to a light skip as I carried it to its containment cell, it is a profound and unique disturbance in the space-time fabric of our universe. It's also quite glowy.
Don't want to get anyone's hopes up, so let's just say there's certain substances in the containment block that could be very helpful right now.
We just need to get in there.
This place is done for. I don't know why you're sticking around.
Please make your way to defense sector by any means available. Have an efficient and effective day. Wonderful and productive evening.
I am just about boiling up.
This is Dr. Mance. Studying the tensor dynamics of our perforation system, there's one particular thing I've noticed. It seems that the distension of the continuum has an attractive effect, locally. Which is to say, left unguided, portals will ground their exits near other portals. If they weren't so unstable, I'd be tempted to suggest this could be exploited as a way to travel rapidly around the facility. I can imagine what Dr. THULE would think of that, unless it meant getting his coffee quicker. To anyone considering study, investigation, or indeed any kind of interaction with the Red Chair, IS-018, I can advise only caution. Consider this piece of furniture a tool of assassination. No less for being so thoroughly arcane in its function. If you find yourself affected, we can do little to assist you. Exercise utmost care in its vicinity. No resting, no leaning, no sitting, reclining, or indeed any form of recumbence on or near this furnishing. It's also extremely damp, perpetually. Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. The tub of blood. Dramatic, I know, but this entity gives me, in scientific terms, the heebie-jeebies, and it's uniquely dangerous. We've locked it in a cell, and that seems to work well enough. It doesn't liquefy or slip through drains, as Tang feared. It's solid enough and prefers to stay near its point of origin. We send cleaners through every morning to spray down the walls. IC-13 tends to touch everything in sight when it crawls out of its metallic cocoon. We found the tub, more of a metal trough in after reports of a blood-covered nighttime boogeyman. The gatekeepers performed a snatch and grab mission while it hibernated, though they claim it woke twice on the flight here. I've reviewed the footage. It's messy. I'm not sure we can ascertain its goal or where it goes when the tub refills. We've run tests on the blood to dismal results. 0 genetic matches. But we'll keep giving it a stir, figuratively speaking.
I'm just about boiling up.
This is an official broadcast from the National Civil Defense Service on behalf of the Department of Virus Research and Control. Your region has been exposed to a viral contaminant. Please remain in your homes or other secure location. Ensure you have a sufficient supply of food, water, and relevant medications. If you encounter individuals showing symptoms of disorientation, reduced motor skills, diminished speech, or heightened aggression. Avoid contact by any means available. New Emergency National Health Act provisions permit the use of lethal force to prevent unauthorized entry or accidental infection due to the risk of contamination. Police, fire, medical, and other services.
Getting thirsty.
Update on IS-102. Human exposure to the phage has highly negative effects, transforming victims into hyper-aggressive, mindless predators. While it encourages breeding in its original hosts, human hosts seem only to consume one another. If there are useful applications of this phenomenon, I am slow to see them. I have given Tenku 2 weeks to show productive results.
Unbelievable.
Second reporting. No target.
Whatever's going on?
I'm just about boiling up. I should probably locate a restroom.
Private note. I believe that GATE has the wherewithal, both political and practical, to withstand the attempts of almost any organization on the planet to interfere in our operations. There is only one group I'm aware of with the power to intrude on our operations here. Unfortunately, we seem to have fallen under their gaze, or perhaps always were. As much as GATE attempts to uncover the truth and technology behind the anomalies of this world, the Order seeks to suppress them. We are two antithetical principles, set to converge on a single point, and that avoids the obvious truth. If that point is our facility, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Private note. believe that GATE has the wherewithal, both political and practical, to withstand the attempts of almost any organization on the planet to interfere in our operations. There is only one group I'm aware of with the power to intrude on our operations here. Unfortunately, we seem to have fallen under their gaze, or perhaps always were. As much as GATE attempts to uncover the truth and technology behind the anomalies of this world, the Order seeks to suppress them. We are two antithetical principles, set to converge on a single point, and that avoids the obvious truth. If that point is our facility, I cannot guarantee the outcome.
Please make your way to defense sector by any means available. Have an efficient and effective day.
My personal disinclination towards firearms in general leaves me largely underprepared to record anything of value surrounding 099. I'm not what you might call a gun nut. I can tell you it's antique, I can go on about its material makeup, and even tell you how it functions on a chemical level. The answer is, mundanely, this shotgun shows no anomalous properties when held or fired. But it certainly did at one point in time. We've tried different personnel, brought it back to its place of origin, and tried several types of ammunition. At present, it bruises your shoulder when you fire it. Testing is ongoing for now. Dr. Pendleton and I had a frank exchange of views today. I described IS-055 as a noxious weed and suggested that recent events in the reactors have borne this out. But she insisted that Anteverse flowers had a beauty to them. I was not in the mood for a lesson in aesthetics, and pointed out that so does a mushroom cloud.
Could you help me, do you think? Thank the stars. All I wanted was a place to rest a few hours without getting eaten or shot or minced, but I accidentally locked myself in. 2 PhDs, but you'd never know it. I'd very much prefer not to rot in here, so if you could help me out, I'd be extremely grateful. And I can help. I'm confident that I can get us through the vacuum chamber to the surface elevator. In fact, I'm sure of it. If you could just get this door open. Resetting the system in the control center should open these cells and reprogram the guns out there. And, if I'm right, it should give us access to the rest of the containment block, too. You just have to get to the control center in, one piece. I can get us through the vacuum chamber, I'm sure. But you need to find a way to the control center and reset the security system. There's no getting past those cannons out there until you reset the security system. Perhaps you could find a way across the chasm out there without plunging to your death in the dank abyss.
August Purgatorium.
You did it! You reset the system and turned the guns on those apes? Bravo! We may yet get out of here with our skins. Now we just need to get that odious gunk off the vacuum chamber door. But this isn't the first time we've had this problem. That goo was a curse until they opened a new portal to the mycofields in Anteverse 2, and the TR teams discovered a substance that could remove that awful stuff. The test chamber may even still be open, but with the state of things, who's to say? I suppose we just have to go and find out. I can get us to the surface elevator, if we can just get the vacuum chamber open. I'm certain of it, but someone needs to retrieve that goo from the mycofields. Now I'm not necessarily saying that's you, but you do seem rather well suited to this kind of thing. The portal test chamber is on the top level of the atrium, or it was the last time I looked. Now that the guns are deactivated, we've got a clear run through the containment block, but I hate to think about what else might be on the loose in there. I'll just wait here, shall I? Well, I see why they call it the control center. You're really doing rather well.
You got through. You made it past the turrets. You're the first. I've been locked in here since we contained IS-121. For its own safety, as much as ours. Such an incredible specimen, and not just its size. The capacitance of its circulatory fluid is extraordinary. Just a few drops contains enough energy to power an entire portal network. We'd barely begun to understand the possibilities. The Tarask is incredible, but we had to make sure it couldn't reach the other specimen. If they managed to, well, you know, the energy released would be unthinkable. The Tarask is massive, but in its home Anteverse, it's almost microscopic. Can you imagine what else exists there? I'm sure the gatekeepers would have brought home even bigger specimens if they could. It was never meant to exist here. What's going to happen now? I don't know. The Tarask is incredible, but we had to make sure it couldn't reach the other specimen. If they managed to, well, you know, the energy released would be unthinkable.
Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. Reporting on IS-138. A unique entity, 138 has the distinction of being both an immurement subject and an entire antiverse in one. I cannot emphasize how important it is that we invest any required resources in ensuring the train does not stop. We have compelling data to suggest that a cessation of the train's forward motion would have apocalyptic ramifications. I will explain more shortly. Properties of 139's residue is fascinating. I'm not entirely sure where to begin, but the being disintegrates during extreme stress, leaving behind a material that can store and distribute electrical charge with extraordinary efficiency. The applications of high-density, rapid discharge power storage are obvious even to a curmudgeon like THULE, who for reasons entirely beyond me continues to enjoy the trust of the executive committee. Even he should be able to understand. Here is a big bang from a small package.
I really must use the restroom. Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. 091 is contained, at last. As long as we project a strong X-ray beam and it remains steady, it seems to be no risk to anyone. Dr. Stern can sleep easy, but we do fear it may switch to another individual before long. The team have started referring to it as the Leyak, its local name. Even Anderson, it seems. I suppose Cascade is its home now. Though we haven't yet captured a complete specimen of 139, Dr. THULE took a sample of its dust, but this raised more questions than answers. Foremost, 139 appears primarily to be a host rather than an individual. Pendleton theorizes 139 may be suffering an infection, which will require tests to ensure no cross-contamination can occur. And if true, we're unsure whether its behaviors are innate to the original being, or a byproduct. It's quite a tangled web, really. We'll need more time. Dr. Derek Mance reporting, Research Director. Recent attempts to coax IS-042 into a new home have been unsuccessful. We believe the creature, if indeed that word is appropriate, prefers mannerist art, and so provided several potential new pieces for it to inhabit, but to no avail. Dr. Tang wishes to determine whether the entity is trapped in its current environment, inactive, or simply wishes to remain where it is, but his suggestions risk destroying the work in question. I have told him to adjust his methods. Antique artworks aside, I have always been a bit of a dog person. I have no desire to risk harming 042. This is Dr. Derek Mance. Now that IS-107 is on its way safely, for a time, towards interstellar space, I find myself taking a step back. In moments like this, one sees with shocking clarity how fantastical so much of our work and research here really is. If we weren't established and, by and large, esteemed scientists with decades of experience and education behind us, this place would sound nothing less than insane. Dr. Derek Mance reporting, Research Director, Gate Cascade Research Facility. I've been asked to provide a report on the recent incident involving IS-017.
Power services.
Our protocols around this subject have been extremely cautious since the difficult experience of the trans recon team that recovered it in 1986. We've been candid about its psychiatric effects and the difficulty of predicting their duration. The incident in question concerned a staff member who had recently suffered a difficult breakup. He wished to remove all memory of his paramour. While successful and informative, 017 wiped considerably more memory than he expected. We're banning this kind of haphazard practice going forward. Dr. Derek Mance reporting. I can summarize IS-169 in a single word. Nothing. Recovered from a nameless hill in Exmoor, England, we have no further information. We cannot seem to sample, mark, or damage it in any way. Incredibly, it appears to be without mass, moving as easily as a mote of dust, with no apparent space-time presence of any kind. Of the larger object we presume it was once attached to, there is no trace. Of its existence, we have only the evidence of our eyes, nothing more, and no theory to attach to it. Dr. Derek Mance reporting. There is a category of immurement subjects that pile mystery upon mystery, as if their purpose was only to confound us. When I look at IS-166, I am tempted to suspect the work of a cosmic jester, whose sole aim is to sabotage any chance we have of forming a consistent picture of the universe. Why does this object weigh 3 times as much when turned upside down? How did it come to be built into the Berlin Wall? Why does Dr. Tenku insist on sketching it over and over and over again? Of finding answers to these questions, I have vanishingly little hope. Dr. Derek Mance reporting, Research Director. Dr. Sukov came to me today and announced she was terminating her investigations into 014. The principal obstacle appears to be the object itself. Our tools cease to function, or they operate at an impossibly glacial pace when brought near it. Precisely what it is composed of, whether hollow or solid, even these simple questions are almost impossible to answer. 014 is to all intents and purposes impervious.
Oh dear, I really must use the restroom. I was not made for this heat. To get cool.
The vril shall cease, obey and toll. The
Power
deep, the
services for
dawn,
today will be stopping momentarily.
the
If you have any
fence,
specimens
the
outside of containment, return them immediately. Have an efficient and effective evening.
a reprieve. Be grateful. I perceive you've come far and seek escape from the depths, the shadow layer, where our kinds cannot coexist. But the way is blocked, for now. You are of our kith, but not our kin, and I came with a warning, which is a gift. Halt here, and no worse shall befall you. It was ever so that we struggled at the edge of the light, knowing not whether we stepped towards darkness or day. So I say to you, stop and be safe for a time, and soon enough they will open, and darkness will rise. You have come far, but you will halt here, before the darkness, the water, the nexus, and egress, perhaps, but not yet. You hear me, but do you understand? Perhaps you are the true anomaly here. You are of our kith, but not our kin, and I came with a warning, which is a gift. Halt here, and no worse shall befall you.
That's the end of early access. Make sure to support Abiotic Factor. There might have been a couple things I missed, so let me know in the comments, and I'll be sure to update the video when the full game comes out, and some other bonus stuff here and there. Thanks.